All right. Check 1, 2. Check, check, check. Looks like I'm coming through loud and clear. So today we're going to be casting the Amateur League weekly number 148 initiate bracket. So the initiate bracket is our metal leagues. And I feel like these guys just don't get enough love. So I try to cast these guys as much as possible and also give them some useful commentary that they'll hopefully be able to look back on and maybe learn something. We got a couple minutes till the tournament starts now. We are on a 2-minute delay, so keep that in mind. That is there for, competitive integrity to make sure that if anyone is watching the stream, that there's enough of a delay that it should not affect the plays too much. Let's see. Let's take a look at the initiate bracket. I would pull it up, but every time I pull up a windowed thing over my full screen, since a recent graphics update, it flashes, and I don't want to give anyone, a seizure or anything from my screen going crazy. Okay, it is tournament start time, so we'll see if anybody gets removed from the bracket or if everyone checked in. We've got 5 players in the bracket. When I looked last night, there were only 2, so that's good. We'll see how many stay in after the check-in is completed. Couple of people saying hi, chatting a bit in the ALT channel. I was really hoping to cast last week, but my voice just has not been up to it. I have been very sick throughout January. And if you are in the US right now, hopefully you are staying warm, or US and Canada. I hear there's some crazy winter storms going on. We just call that, Sunday up here, but hopefully everyone is staying warm there. All right, Glacius has said the brackets are finals. Let's take a look. We got X-Decker versus Prince Zizor. Dollar Tree Dipper has a bye into round 2, and then we've got a PvP Lucid Shadow versus Jackals. Let's see if we can get in on Lucid Shadow and Jackals game. Cast a PvP. Send Jackals a message. I'm not seeing Lucid in the... Oh, there he is. Shadow Lucid. So I just sent Jackals a message asking, if they're going to stay on NA, because I believe both those players are EU, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll cast that PvP to start the day. PvP can be such a shit show, honestly. And I would like to... I was hoping I'd get to cast Dollar Tree Dipper, or Captain, I think his name is in game, and Jackals, but the brackets changed. I'll send an invite to Jackals and an invite to Lucid. I'm not sure if Jackal's accepted the invite. He hasn't responded to my message, but he accepted the invite, so he must be here, just not saying much. Maybe they're chatting in DMs. Oh, fuck. Pulled something up all over my screen. All right, what will our first veto be? Taito. Celestial. Oh, I have music turned off. I'm like, why is there no music or anything in the background? Brood War music is peak. I don't care what anyone says. So it should be 3 vetoes each. Best of 3. $10K. Mothership. Not surprising. I hope I get to cast the game on Mothership today. 2 more vetoes. I'm imagining that we're going to see Old Republic and White Rabbit as our vetoes. There it is. There's Old Repub and White Rabbit. Man. All right, what's map 1 gonna be? So we have Winter Madness, we have Tourmaline, and we have Ruby Rock left. I'm gonna guess Ruby Rock will be map 1. Even Jackal's a surprise. Wow, we get to play Winter for once. So is Winter going to be the map that he picks? Oh, first map, Tourmaline. All right, what's the second map going to be? Lucid? Winter, and then the ace is Ruby. Okay, okay. We're good to go. Eastern United States. All right, just waiting for the players to say that they are ready. We will get into this first game of this best of 3 series. Jackal says ready. Lucid says go, go. Alrighty then, here we go. And in the top corner with the green Protoss probes, we have Shadow Lucid. And in the bottom corner with the teal Protoss probes in the mirror matchup, we have Jackal. Okay, so no early probes running across the map, no cannon rush shenanigans from the looks of it to start this game. Jackal's not super cheesy, generally a macro player, and I have never casted Shadow Lucid before. All right, so we have the gateways going down for both players at basically the same times. We have the scouts going across the map, geysers going down. Little probe meeting in the center of the map. Yep, there it is. Second gateway going down for Jackals. He needs to get his gas down to make sure that Lucid does not cap his gas. Yep, there we go. Now we should be seeing the cores going down any second now from these players. Both players getting a scout, both players seeing exactly what's up. Lucid a little bit delayed on his core. The geyser is finished, or sorry, the gateway is finished. He has the money, but a bit delayed. And sometimes these little moves can make all the difference. Jackals should be getting more probes built still, building a pylon. But it looks like we're maybe looking to set up some proxy shenanigans across the map. All right, there we go. Can start up stalker production shortly, but only one because he is supply blocked. Lucid's core finishes immediately, double stalker chronoed. All right, we have a proxy gate. Is this going to be an all-in from the side of Jackals? Hard to tell. Warp gate on the production tab. We need to queue up some more stalkers. We have the resources. There we go. 2 more stalkers queued up for Jackals. And Lucid already going across the map with his stalkers. But Defender's advantage means that once these 2 stalkers pop, Jackals will have the advantage. Honestly, Jackal should have waited, because he could see that his stalkers were almost done. Should have waited and surprised Lucid. He needs to queue up some more units. Went for the Nexus. Both players going for the Nexus. Ooh, this is good. He might catch that injured stalker. And 1 stalker goes down. Advantage is now on the side of Jackals. And in PvP, those little advantages, those 1-2 unit advantages make all the difference. All right, but Lucid is still building army. So he now has more stalkers than Jackals. With 1 stalker going across the map, I feel like this is just a miss rally. It'll actually be big if Jackals can pick this off, but he's not in position. He's going around the map to his proxy. One stalker just walks in at home. This is a total, misrally, but the Phoenix tail going across the map, there are 6 stalkers, 7 stalkers, just waiting on the doorstep. If Jackals goes now, he should be able to actually win this before the battery gets up. Got a couple of zealots. Charge is on the production tab, but it is not completed yet. Like, if we're doing this kind of proxy all in, like, we need to be decisive. We need to go for it. Lucid has no idea where the army is right now, but Jackal should just be able to overwhelm. It is 24 to 16 army supplies. Sorry, 28 now. I don't feel like in this case that the zealots are the right call. You don't have charge finished, but like, you can overwhelm this absolutely before this immortal gets out and before Blink is done. Jackals is being a little too tentative for the fact that he is not building economy. He's behind on probes. If you're going to go for an all-in, you got to go for an all-in. Feel like Jackals is... maybe he'll have the window, because Lucid is not building army. So go, 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 go. And there go the charge slots. Blink is not yet finished. Field battery gets sniped. I don't know if we can actually push up this ramp, though. The immortal goes down. Zealots are getting so much value in this situation. Stalkers dying left and right. Probes being pulled. But it's probably too late. We need to focus fire the stalkers down. Maybe get the pylon. One good focus fire by the side of Jackals. More zealots streaming into the Nat. This should be all over for for Lucid. And Lucid calls GG. Game 1 goes to Jackals. Now, I do feel like that game could have been ended much sooner, but you know what? Jackals gets the win anyway. So let me check. What was map 2? Map 2 was Winter Madness. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Lucid beat Jackals last week in the tournament. So Jackals, coming out swinging here in this next series. Jackal says ready. Lucid says go, go. And here we are. Game number 2. All right, in the top corner of Winter Madness with the green Protoss probes, we have Shadow Lucid. And in the bottom corner with the teal Protoss probes, we have Jackals pulling out a decisive win in that last game. I do feel like he actually could have ended that game a little bit earlier, but, if you're unsure, sometimes it's better to wait. So All right, both players getting their gateways down at basically the same time. Protoss as a mirror matchup is so just, everything is on a knife's edge. It feels like, you know, just one little movement or one little misplay will lose you the game. All right, geyser is done for Jackal. Second geyser, so it can't get capped. We need to be getting our second gateways for both players. Lucid's goes down, Jackal's goes down. Near identical timings, which is to be expected. This is the Protoss versus Protoss build. All right, let's get a core up. So last time, Jackals was ahead of Lucid when it came to getting his core. Now Jackals is way behind because he's going for a cheeky pylon. Way behind on getting his core. That is not good. Lucid is very good with his timings. I can see that already. Like, the moment that core pops, he chronos 2 stalkers out. Jackals probably needs to get like a battery or something up, because those stalkers are going to be coming across the map. And last time he had numbers, so it didn't matter as much. But all right, core is finished, but we don't have a pylon. We're supply blocked. It's tragic. It's a tragedy for Lucid. 1 stalker coming out, 2 stalkers for Jackals, no chronos. Warp gate on the production tab. We are oversaturated in our main. We need to get those extra probes onto geysers for Jackals. Oh, Lucid does spot the pylon now. So I feel like this pylon generally not a very good idea to go for. My own personal thought. And like, we've got a random proxy over in the corner of the map too. I feel like these are mostly wasted resources in a lot of cases, because this pylon is almost always going to get spotted before you have warp gate to like use it for anything. And you've wasted 100 resources. Okay, the stalkers are coming across the map. Lucid's going. He's just going to keep funneling stalkers. Jackals is supply blocked now that that pylon went down. Okay, Jackals gets the first shot. Lucid has to back off there, but the reinforcements are almost here. That's 3 stalkers to 4. We have no battery. We have nothing. We have no... we're still... oh, wait, nope. Pylon just finishes. We're no longer supply blocked. But now we're 5 stalkers to 3. We need to pull these stalkers up and abandon this nexus. Okay, 1 stalker goes down. We need to pull the probes. Lucid loses a stalker. Warp gate finishes for Jackals. That is going to be huge. But Lucid is just going to keep funneling stalkers. In game 1, Jackal's build was clean, and that is really what gave him that early advantage against Lucid. He has made a number of build order mistakes in this game, and that has led to the current predicament he's in. All right, Lucid has more gateways and a robo go down. Blink being researched. All right, the Phoenix Scout comes in. It sees the Twilight. And we're getting high ground vision with that Phoenix. Yeah, chronos on the warp gates are good. I like that a lot. A lot of people forget that they have energy in these high pressure situations. They forget to chrono their warp gates when they really should be. All right, so Jackals gets a little bit of a scout at home, sees the robo. Lucid with the eco advantage. Going home now, doesn't think he can push up into the side of Jackals. Blink is halfway done on the production tab. We do have another probe going across the map. I feel like Jackal should be spending some of these 850 minerals on building a few probes and a few pylons. All right, Immortal is coming up on the side of Lucid as we get our forge for our upgrades. This is a very different situation than what Lucid was facing last game. Now, not all heroes wear capes, but these ones do. Does Lucid see it, or is that just a safety observer? 3 probes going down in the natural, 4. A bunch of probes going down in the main. 15 probes going down. My God, before the observer pops. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Like, this is game-ending damage right now. Oh, but Jackals is not microing his DT. Could have gotten probably 2 or 3 more. Still, that is an insane amount of damage. Nice play, says Shadow Lucid. Now Jackal should keep building more army, and he needs to use his eco advantage, build more army, and finish this game. Don't give Lucid time to get back into this. Lucid is really good with his Phoenix scouts, I have to say. He is just constantly scouting with his Phoenixes. Because Lucid lost 23 probes, but Jackals has been behind in eco for most of this game. So because of that, Lucid has almost caught right back up to him. That if Jackals does not end this game soon, he is going to be in trouble. And he doesn't have enough gateways, I think, to effectively use the bank that he has. The Warp Prism came up. We're at 42 to 39 army supply. Got a bunch of energy on our next side, so we could be chronoing our warp gates to pump out more army. Yeah, Lucid actually is passing Jackals in army supply. He is passing him in, or not passing him, but he is only 6 workers down despite losing 23 workers. Jackals could have kept warping in units while waiting for this warp prism to get there. You don't need to warp in at the other side of the map. All right, Jackals goes into the natural to kill the batteries and the robo while Lucid is distracted in the main. Zealot on Zealot violence while this is going on. 9 probes going down. Honestly, at this point, Lucid needs to just go across the map and try to kill Jackals with what he has now. And that looks like it's exactly what he's going to do. No, Jackals. You need to go home and consolidate your forces. Pump out some Immortals. Do a big warp in at home. Save your army. Maybe send the DTs in to Lucid's base, but chrono everything you can. Like, he is coming to all in you. No, don't. Why are we pushing out from our base? Why are we not consolidating our forces with this warp in? The probe sacrificed needlessly. If Jackals loses this game, it's off of this play right here, pushing out from his base to fight while the Immortal's almost done. Yeah. If you see that kind of a play, you know he's marching across the map. You chrono everything you can. You try to warp in at home and consolidate your forces, and then you fight like here with the probes and everything that you can while you're warping in. You don't go and try to like push out and fight here. You lose that every time. We have a series on our hands, though. Brings us to the last game, or last map of Ruby Rock. All right. So Lucid is on the board. It is 1-1. All right, and in the top corner with the green Protoss probes, we have Shadow Lucid. And in the bottom corner with the teal Protoss probes, we have Jackals. So yeah, Jackals in the last game, maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of panic towards the end. He was definitely in the driver's seat for most of it. But he just kind of made a couple of misplays at the end there. And unfortunately, it was enough for Lucid to get back in the game. All right, gateways going down at basically the same time. Scouts going across the map. Let me zoom out a bit more. So, number of little mistakes in that last game, but they kind of just added up. All right. So first gateway is done. Let's get our cores. Pylon, good. Jackals has forgotten to build probes. We are still sitting at 15 or 17 workers to 21. Jackals needs to get a couple more workers on gas so that he can get that 100 gas. He'll have it just barely, I think, to chrono both these stalkers out. Or no chronos, because he's used the chrono on workers. Lucid starts his stalkers, but he's supply block. Maybe the nerve showing a little bit for both of these players. As soon as that supply block is finished, or that pylon is finished, I should say, he goes and starts up 2 stalkers immediately. Yeah, Jackal's still only with 3 workers on gas. That is not enough for his stalkers. Lucid sending 2 stalkers across the map. I like this battery from Jackals, actually. I think that Jackals could probably just overwhelm at this point if he goes 4-gate stalker. Ooh, we're going at depths. Interesting. Yeah, as soon as Lucid sees the battery, he's like, I can't win this with 2 stalkers. Not entirely sure why we're going the adepts. At this point, I would just be pumping out stalkers. We need to keep building army. Like, you know, Lucid is aggressive. Lucid is just sending every stalker he makes across the map. So we need to keep building army from Jackals. Is it going to be glaives? Or is this what we're doing, Jackals? But yeah, we have like 6 stalkers here now. This is going to be hard to hold. All right, 2 probes go down, 3 probes go down. Six probes. These adepts doing good work. The stalkers go in for the side of Lucid. Jackals needs to focus 1 stalker down. Focus fire a stalker. The battery is done. Jackals is not doing any micro at home. All right, 4 more stalkers get warped in. This little push from Lucid is going to get cleaned up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, 12 probes have gone down, and Jackals gets a scout, seeing everything in the base. Now, this is the situation where you've got the proxy, you've got 4 gates. We could just warp in stalkers on the other side of the map and go for the end. I really don't like the glaives play in a lot of cases. We don't need glaives at this point. We just warp in 4 stalkers, and more stuff beats less stuff. This isn't like you've seen he's going for a heavy zealot build or anything like that. Void Ray on the production tab. Glaives do not shoot up. We need to just mass our army and go for an all-in. If we're doing these proxies and these late expands, we just need to go for an all-in. Phoenix scouts the proxy. Shade goes in. Don't walk those in. Like, let the shade go in. And these probes are about to get murdered. 6 probes go down. 10 probes go down. 11, 12. 15 probes total go down. But if you had gone in with, you know, you've got 8 stalkers at home plus those glaives, you probably just win the game in that moment, right? I feel like at times Jackals overcomplicates his own games. All right, the proxy is going to go down here. We're going zealots. All right, like, Lucid should be very dead if Jackals goes across the map. Maybe we do like 1 more warp in, but... Oh, Jackals hits a supply block. All right. No, just go. Just go. Oh my God. 16 to 32 army supply. You have killed like 30 probes this game. Just go. I think Jackals is feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure a bit. Because he is not playing decisively. Just... All right, Stalker's going down. Is a lot of zealots. We can focus the Void Ray with our Stalkers. Okay. All of the army for Lucid is just dying. There is so much here for Jackals. More probes going down. Battery overcharge was used on the battery, but it's not going to be enough. Jackals comes out swinging in this first series. And Lucid calls GG. Good plays from Jackals in that second game, though I did feel like he gave his opponent a little bit much time. Leave this party, see if I can get into Uh-oh. I was actually looking forward to seeing Captain play because I've seen him in the brackets, but I've never actually casted a game of his. So we might just be moving on to Decker versus Jackals. Just thinking back to that last game, what Jackals has gotten very good at is dealing economic damage to his opponent. Where he struggles a little bit that I've seen is with his macro while he's getting that economic damage done, and with knowing like when his all-in timings are, or knowing that if he gets that damage and the opponent still has a big army, the opponent is just going to go on all in at that point, because if they don't kill him right there, they should not be able to get into the game or back into the game. So it looks like Captain's having some issues on his end, might have to leave, which is what it is. Not ideal. But of course, anything in like real life has to come before StarCraft. Looks like Lucid Shadow is going to be, or Shadow Lucid, I'm not sure what it is going to be playing against Prince Zizor in the losers bracket, or the lower bracket. That's another player that I don't think I've ever seen play before. There's somewhere in this. Actually, let's check Decker's match history. Platinum 3 Zerg player. Or gold 1. Yeah, gold 1, platinum 3. They're pretty close either way. So if you're just tuning in, we are just hanging out, kind of waiting for the players. Then can you give me 5 minutes to set up my stuff? I'm so sorry. You know, that's up to Decker. Okay, looks like they're taking a 5-minute break. Fine by me. I'll just have to try to find something to talk about for 5 minutes. Try to show some love to the initiate bracket. I could probably find games to cast in veteran bracket or maybe higher tier. Though I don't really know any of the like high diamond and masters players. I'm only diamond 3 myself, so I'm in the veteran bracket if I were to play. I've played in the initiate bracket for several years, I think, at this point. But I like showing the love to the initiates. They don't get casted enough. And if we want, you know, the league to grow, there's probably going to be more low-ranked players than high-ranked players out there. So let's bring them in, show them the spotlight, give them some commentary. Maybe they can learn some stuff, see what tournament play is all about. And I just like supporting the ALT community. Glacius has put an awesome organization together here. Him and his interns work really hard. Jackal says, that last game, I was at the end going to pull the trigger, but I wanted to get my army together. Fair play. It just seemed like you were kind of sitting around there for a while, was what it looked like to me. So that's why I was going like, just go for it. Go, kill them. You gotta keep the pressure on. But anyway, you played very well in that series, Jackals, as is evident by the fact that you got the win. So we're just hanging out now, currently waiting on Captain and Decker to get back. Captain said he needed a couple of minutes, had something going on. Decker's taking a smoke break. All right, Decker is back. Yeah, I used to cast Decker quite a bit playing TVZ against Ragnar back when Ragnar was in the initiate bracket. It is, though. It's exciting when you get your game casted as an initiate player, especially when you're not used to having people there to cast your games. And so I try to cast this bracket more, motivate people to play in the tournaments, even if they're, you know, not high elo player or players. You back Rogue. I'm guessing Rogue has a habit of doing stuff like that in tournaments. See, where is Decker currently ranked? Platinum 3, 28, 36. And Captain is Platinum 2, 28, 75. So actually they're pretty close in MMR, and they're pretty close to Jackals. All right, looks like we're going to get into vetoes for this game. And the winner of this game will face Jackals in the upper bracket. All right, looks like they're just picking maps rather than vetoing, which, you know what, that's fine by me as long as both players agree. Okay, so X Decker will have first pick. Tourmaline, map 1. Mothership. Yeah, I just need them to decide what they're doing here. So first is Tourmaline. Second is it actually going to be Mothership? Okay, Ruby, that makes more sense. And then third map is Winter. Okay. All right, and they're both NA East. I mean, as long as they make it with the observer mod, I don't care if I'm lead or not. I'm just along for the ride. Oh. Wait. Decker declined the ready process. All right, we're just waiting on Captain. All right. After a bit of a delay, whoops, we get into our game here in the bottom corner with the green Terran SCVs. We have X-Decker. And in the top corner with the red Zerg drones, we have Captain. All right. I'm very excited for this. I've never casted a game of Captains. So I'm excited to see what he pulls out. I don't know how he plays. Decker with a pretty standard opening. Obviously, you know, we're not doing any shenanigans, running drones, or sorry, SCVs across the map, anything like that. Really, Captain? Really? Is this a drone scout or is this a proxy? Well, considering we have no spawning pool, I'm assuming it's just a drone scout and maybe a little bit of harass. Being a little bit of a dick. And Captain gets the SCV kill. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Meanwhile, at home, spawning pool goes down. We have started the Marine up. X-Decker used to always open Reaper from what I recall, but maybe just because that annoying drone. And the drone gets to go home too. Absolutely criminal. All right, orbital command is done. It's been a long time since I've actually casted a Terran player, I'm just realizing. There was so much ZVZ at the grand finals, the year-end finals. back in December and in the major leading up to it. Have not casted a Terran player in a minute. Ling speed on the production tab. Couple of safety lings coming up in case of a Reaper or some early harass. It's like we're going for a 3 rack from X-Decker. And the lings are going across. Been playing very aggressively. I like it. Third base going down for the Zerg. The lings go in, but this should be able to be dealt with by Decker. He has 2 Marines. Okay, command center finishes. They get a couple of SCVs, which is not great, but mules exist. So 2 SCVs for 2 Zerglings. I think Captain will take that every day. Orbital, for a second I thought this was a planetary fortress and I was about to flip out. It always shocks me when Terrans do planetary fortresses in the natural. There are so many Zerglings going across the map. I mean, Ling speed just finished. But I mean, will these actually get much done? We need to keep pumping out Marines for the side of Decker. But this is like a really weird... Gotta raise that depot, but like the lings aren't really gonna get much done. Okay, you killed a couple of Marines, you put on a little bit of pressure, but didn't really do anything. Oh, that is a lot of barracks. It's 4 racks at this stage of the game. Combat shields and stim on the production tab. Decker might just be looking to go hard with Marines and walk across the map in a few minutes. Got +1 carapace and ranged coming up for Captain. So it looks like Captain wants to play roaches despite his early ling aggression. Captain is also only very slightly ahead of Decker in terms of workers. And when you factor in mules, that works out to being not really ahead at all when you're only 6 workers up. Now, did Captain spot they were in view, but whether or not he actually spotted the fact that this +1 infantry weapon stim timing is coming across the map. Combat shields are almost done, 13 seconds. This is actually like perfectly timed for Decker. Like, this is actually a really good timing. Gonna get the I would have tried to have sniped one of these upgrades. You can see them wiggling. He is over stimming his Marines with no medevacs though, I think, or maybe that was just 1 stim. Go snipe an Evo chamber. Like, oh, he could have sniped both of those upgrades, and that would have been huge. It would have been absolutely huge. Now 1-1 is done for the Zerg. That Ravager gets focused and goes down. The wall actually working against Captain a bit because he couldn't get his forces out. They were stuck. Ooh, an Overlord. Can we get that snipe? Just gonna walk on by. Pop the balloon. Pop the balloon, Decker. All right, we need some medevacs is what we need from the side of Decker right now. Medevacs and a tank or 2. But honestly, keeping Captain on 2 base economy is huge here. Pop this balloon too. Come on. And you gotta know there's one right there. They're moving on opposite sides of the map, it looks like right now. Captain is supply blocked. And there's another Overlord going down. You're deep in the red. This is so many Marines. I think you can just stim at them and win that if you micro it. Stutter step. Show me the stutters. Oh. File almost connects. Roach is going down left and right. There's just so much damage from these Marines. And Captain leaves the game. No GG that I saw, though maybe it was just a too quick. And Decker takes game 1. So Ruby Rock is going to be game number 2. All right, Captain is saying go. Just waiting on Decker. I just don't like starting games unless both players have said they are ready. All right, in the top corner, got a little bit distracted with the green Terran SCVs. We have Decker with game 1 with a very good Marine timing. And in the bottom corner with the red Zerg drones, we have Captain. Going for a little bit of a cheeky 12 pool. Okay, let's see how this plays out. Okay, so what are we going for? Is it going to be just Zerglings immediately? Looks like it. Yep. Immediate lings. Oh. Aztec Strategy, thank you for the follow. We are on a 2-minute delay, so it's going to be a little bit before you hear this, but thank you so much. All right, so the early depot to block the drone from getting in. The SCV does go down to this early drone harass. The Lings are not far behind. Hopefully, this Reaper is going to be inside the base so it doesn't get caught by the Lings. And now Decker will see the Lings. But this really shouldn't get a whole lot done. Lucid was eliminated, Jackal says in chat. All right, we get a bunker going down. We're going to start the CC on the high ground. Lings do pick off a... oh, the Reaper does not get caught. Can't go that way. Good little Reaper micro. Ling's still going across the base. An eBay block. I missed the eBay block. Well, this game already is going a little bit wild compared to the previous one. Oh, that Reaper is just dead. Unfortunately, a Ling gets in. Oh, it got bounced over the wall by the Reaper grenade. Okay, we're maybe pulling a few many SCVs here for a single Ling there, Decker. All right, you gotta get SCVs on that depot. You gotta get SCVs on that depot. Hellion comes up. You gotta get SCVs on the other depot too. All right, like we are getting some aggression here, but this probably isn't going to result in a whole lot, I don't think. I don't know why we're lowering that depot like that right now. For one Hellion to go out. One Hellion will absolutely get swarmed by those Lings. We're salvaging the bunker, but the Ling pressure isn't over yet. Banelings are morphing in. Hellion gets caught. Going for the Baneling bust, but only 2 Banelings is not enough. We pulled the mules. No, don't pull the mules, brother. Get the Marines in position where they can shoot these Zerglings. This is a wild game, that is for sure. Now, I actually said don't pull the mules, but the mules getting there might have been the only thing that actually saved that supply depot. Why did we lower this? Like, he's obviously still right there, and the doors are open now. Decker, my guy, raise your depots. All right, now the Hellions are up. Should be there in time. Decker is super behind on workers, but the fact that he has mules probably makes up for it. Hellion's getting to barbecue a few Lings. This has been a wild game. Wait a second. What are we doing here, Captain? All right, we find the Lings. Hellion's making short work of them. Oh, we missed the Banelings. Okay, Banelings don't get anything done with the Hellions. All right, we can start lifting this command center and probably moving it to our natural. Mutas on the production tab. All right, so Decker is going to see the mutas now. And the Liberator gets into the main. 5 drones going down. Now, Liberators, funnily enough, are actually really good against mutas. They do bonus damage to light, I believe, and they have splash damage. We do, however, need to get an eBay and start building some missile turrets. Well, I guess we have started an eBay, technically, but... Interesting. I wouldn't have put a tech lab on this, especially seeing mutas. I'd have wanted more Vikings, but you know, or more liberators. Ooh, the Widow Mine connections. But that did actually kill 5 SCVs with the splash damage. We should be floating this here to our natural, because Decker is currently only on 1 base. Looks like we are playing the Uber Turtle Terran. We don't even leave our main base. There we go. We're finally floating the command center over. And honestly, just having like a couple of missile turrets, like a missile turret in your mineral line, prevents a lot of muta harass. Just as long as you go and repair it. Ooh, Cyclone lock on. Does not quite get the muta though. Captain doing a good job harassing. Decker needs to finish this missile turret though. I am assuming that Decker is looking to play mech this game. Got some Widow Mines. This missile turret's still not finished though. All right, meanwhile, Captain on the other side of the map is playing a classic composition of Mutaling Bane. Oh, that is a hole. Absolutely, that is not a wall, and Zerglings will be able to fit through there. Okay, we did finish the missile turret. It's like half health, but we did finish it. We don't really want to run face first into this. Those Marines are all dead, but you might be able to get the Cyclone out and the Viking. A Muta goes down. But we don't really have much at home. But I guess we do have a couple of Hellions and a tank. The mutas are going to snipe this tank here. Yeah, I don't know that playing mech is the way to go against Mutaling Bane. But maybe it is. It's the mutas specifically that are the problem here. But a couple of Liberators with their splash damage would actually be like really good against mutas. Marines also make short work of mutas in large numbers. Oof, that's so much splash damage from the Widow Mine onto the... Oh, 3 SCVs go down to the Widow Mine. Okay, the Lings and mutas are in the mineral line, killing absolutely everything. The command center lifts off, but the mutas are relentless. It is 16 to 44 army supply. I think that Decker is probably done here. The early harass kind of just snowballed, and he has nothing really to deal with these mutas. We do have a number of Cyclones, but there's just too much Zerg, I think, at this point. banelings are morphing in, but the front door is open currently. I don't know why we keep pushing out like this, Decker. Oh, Captain is... Captain may have disconnected. I don't know if Decker can actually even see my messages here. Like, Captain was 100% about to win this game. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. Yeah, I don't think Decker can see my chats. I'm not sure. I don't want to say that. I feel like it's usually a win for the player that didn't DC, but... I don't even know how to restart from a replay. Yeah, I was just Googling how to restart from a replay. All right, looks like we are starting the 10-minute walkover clock. This is really unfortunate because 100%, like, it is not even a question. It's not even a question that Captain would have won that game. Like, to be real, Decker was down to 1 base to Captain's 4. He couldn't get out. He couldn't go anywhere. We are starting the walkover timer. I probably should comment, like, I shouldn't try to give anything away. Damn, Decker was up to like 166 APM in that game. That's actually crazy. Fulcrum 0042, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, brother. We're currently just in a holding pattern. We're waiting to see if the opponent from this game, or one of the opponents in this game, Captain, comes back. They disconnected mid-game. No one can seem to get a hold of them. So we don't really know what's happening currently. If Captain does not come back by in the next 4 minutes, we will be doing a walkover and we will be going to X-Decker versus Jackals, which will be a TVP. Yeah. 3 minutes left on our walkover timer. Yeah, we're kind of just in a holding pattern right now, chilling. Oh. While we wait on Captain. Fulcrum is Shadow Lucid. Well, welcome in, Shadow Lucid. Appreciate you dropping by the stream, brother, even though we're not really getting to see any action right now. All right, looks like we are doing a walkover. This is unfortunate because Captain was definitely coming back. He had that game won. It is super unfortunate. Oh, Decker left. Okay. We're going to get this game set up. Jackals versus Decker. Typing nothing. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. So Decker is right out the gate with the mothership veto. Lucid Shadow, thank you for the follow. Well, I appreciate the follow either way there, brother. Okay, so our veto for map 1, or our first veto, is mothership. I'm going to assume that if we get Tourmaline, Decker's going to go for a similar all-in. $10K feet. I know Jackals hates that map. Old Republic. I know Jackals a lot of times vetoes Old Republic, so yeah, no problem, Lucid. I was happy to cast. It was a good game. Though I'm a Protoss player. I hate playing PvP. So you guys played pretty well. So Jackals, what are we going for, Jackals? White Rabbit. Okay, next veto. Mothership, maybe? Celestial Enclave, maybe? I assume Celestial, right? Are we gonna get to see Celestial? Yep, there it is. Celestial. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jackals has the last veto. Now he doesn't know what he's gonna veto, or he wanted that map for a cheese or something. Yeah, I don't think I'd let Celestial go through, being honest. That map is just not good for TVP. I agree. So easy to get a proxy at the back of the base. You often do a sneaky cheese against me. All right, so we've got, what do we have left? Ruby Rock, Taito, Tourmaline, Tourmaline, and Winter Madness. So which one's it gonna be? It's gonna be Taito, Tourmaline, or Winter Madness. Sorry, or Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock usually gets through. Like, everyone seems to kind of agree. Everyone seems to kind of universally agree that Ruby Rock is a fine map to play. It's a very standard map. Okay, Winter is our last veto. I like Winter Madness. Also, a song from a band I really like, and the map maker often makes songs based off of Finnish metal bands. So map one's probably going to be Tourmaline, I assume. Taito. Okay. Map 2. Tourmaline. And then Ruby is third. Okay. Sure, we're on East. Just waiting on the ready up from Jackals. 2 minutes, I need to clean my glasses. You know, I've seen games delayed for a lot of things. I don't know that I've ever had a game where someone has said they need to clean their glasses. Speedy Rogue, isn't he captain? Okay. Here we go. A TVP. I haven't casted TVP in ages. I think maybe like Hebs and Jackals was like the last TVP I casted. Who even knows? Alrighty then. Getting up into this best of 3 series. In the top corner with the teal Protoss probes, we have Jackals. And in the bottom corner with the red Terran SCVs, we have X-Decker. Okay. What are we going to see out of these two today? Jackals does have some nice sneaky cheeses that he likes to play. I don't know when or if I've casted these two going up against each other before. Casted lots of Decker, I've casted lots of Jackals, but not against each other, I don't think. Maybe once or twice. The probes going across the map. This probably just a scout. Probably. Decker is scouting for proxies. Jackals is also scouting for proxies. This is NA, the cheesiest realm. Probe gets locked in. Rip Probius. We are late on our cyber core from all this scouting around and playing around with the probe, which means that this Reaper is going to get across the map before Jackals has a response. We're building a random pylon in the base. What are we doing here, Jackals? What are we doing here? Yeah, this cyber core is so late. This Reaper should be able to get some value. So the probe that got locked in the Terran main goes down. The pylon didn't get canceled. We just have 2 SCVs hitting it, and we're not really losing any mining time because we have mules. We grabbed like 5 SCVs here. Never mind, we are losing mining time now. Okay, this Reaper is going to get across the map. We're going to scout that there is a natural. But we have not even started a stalker or an adept. It means this Reaper is going to get into the mineral line, and if Decker plays this correctly, it doesn't get surrounded, should get a ton of value. All right, that's a lot of lost mine time. Probe goes down. That's like 2 probes now. We're not controlling the Reaper, but the adept is out. You know, honestly, I thought the Reaper was going to get more value than that, but we did get a couple of probes. It could be worse. Okay, so we are playing Hellion into Protoss, I guess. Okay, Terran was pretty late on their expand, but it's probably fine. He might be able to get a run by or something to make up for the lack of eco and set Jackals behind. Jackals also, you know, if you're even with Terran and workers, you are behind because they have mules and you don't. So, oh, we're gonna lose an SCV. We've got a Hellion and a Marine. The Marine is going to go down. The Hellion could chase this Adept and probably kill it, but that looks like what we're going to try to do. Jackal's going for Blink. You know, Blink Stalkers will be good into Hellion pressure. Decker going and going for Banshees. No cloak on the production tab that I am seeing. Banshees not a bad play. Okay, so we need to get our second orbital. Really need that second orbital for the eco. Transfer the mule. Not really ideal. You want those mining every second that they're up. And a Raven for Decker. Okay, we got a couple of Hellions. Let's barbecue some probes. Okay, we are going to get the Adept. There are Stalkers there. These Hellions are not going to make it home, but we are going to barbecue some probes. 3 probes go down. A little bit unfortunate. 4 probes. I feel like if we'd had a little bit better angle, we probably could have gotten more. 4 probes for 3 Hellions, not really worth it, but... Oh, Jesus! Holy fuck, that was loud. Checo, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? There is a 2-minute delay, so you're not going to see my reaction to that for a little bit, but thanks for stopping by. All right, what do we got going on? Banshee Cloak is almost finished. Oh, I actually really liked the Raven drop, but the moment you see the battery there, you probably can't get anything with it. Some good kind of preemptive batteries from Jackals. All right, so right now, Jackals is all in on like Blink Stalkers. He's getting charge. But I feel like a tank push or if just a mass of Marines would probably overcome this. But it looks like we are looking to play mech from Decker. I don't know if Decker saw the Warp Prism that kind of briefly flew into his base or not. This is a lot of Banshees coming out. This is what, 5, 6 Banshees? 4 or 5. Another Banshee on the production tab. Ooh, I really like this. Sometimes when I play Zerg against Jackals, I will bury Zerglings in his expansion path so that he can't build anything. The Widowmine Snipes it. Okay, we have a Templar Archives. We don't have Storm yet, I don't believe. The most cursed looking wall I think I've ever seen. Jekko says, I didn't wake up in time to register today. How are the guys doing? We've had some good games. Unfortunately, the last series I was casting, we had a disconnect and a walkover. Ooh, got a good warp in, it looks like. Or the Zealots just ran in. Not sure which, didn't see what happened. Looking at chat. But we're actually getting a surprising amount of damage from these Zealots. And now, oh wow, like the entire mineral line like died. Where was I looking? And now these Banshees are seen. Unless he just transferred, but I assume that most of the mineral line died. The Banshees have been seen. So we need to get some cannons, or we need to get some observers out, or these cloaked Banshees should get a lot of damage. All right, more Zealots. Jackals goes in for even more harass, his specialty. Harassing the shit out of everyone he plays against. Going for all of that eco damage. You know, don't get down, Lucid. It happens. Sometimes it is just not your day when you are playing tournaments. The important thing is to come back stronger next week. All right, we should use these Banshees to clean up this run by that is getting so much damage. The relentless Zealot pressure. And while the cloaked Banshees are over in the natural of Jackals, a whole army hotkeys the Zealots back. All right, we're getting 7 SCVs go down, but 12, 13 probes. And the Banshees are getting cleaned up by the Stalkers. There is an observer there. Blink, but the Banshees get out of the line of sight. Both sides taking significant eco damage, but Jackals does not have mules. Unfortunately, the mules are long distance mining, which is not what you want to be doing with them. If I'm Decker, I'm building a couple of Vikings to hunt down this fucking prism. It has gotten so much value. What a start to this series. 4 more SCVs go down. Mule gets dropped in. So Decker is very oversaturated on his natural. 21 out of 14 currently. Jackals has a ton of Stalkers in his base. Researching, I think that's the observer speed, though maybe it's the prism. I can never remember which one is which. Even as a Protoss player, it's very rare for me to actually upgrade and research those. All right, we're getting some cannons in our mineral lines. That is good. That will prevent the Banshees from doing their thing. Yeah. Those mules dying en route back to the base with minerals is tragic. Because those minerals just go off into the void. I'm very surprised that we are continuing to play Hellion against Protoss when you've seen this number of Stalkers. We should be getting tanks, we should be getting Marauders, like anything that's not Hellions. The Hellions will be good against the Zealots, but man, so many Banshees are going down here. There's no scan to try and kill the Observer. Blink from Jackals right on top of the Banshees. I don't know how Decker is going to hold this attack. We're not trying to lift up and move the command center away. It goes down. Decker re-engages, trying to pick some of these Stalkers, but there's another Warp Prism here to reinforce Jackals and warp in a whole bunch more Stalkers. Decker tries to retreat, but there's no tanks. There's a bunker. There's not really anything to try and hold Jackals back at this point. Decker calls GG. And I think that is the right case, or the right thing to do here. Jackals with the 2 base all in. Just never really let him get going. I think if I'm Decker there, I need siege tanks. All right, what was map number 2? Map number 2 was Tourmaline. Move Jackals up, just wait for the ready from both players. Decker says, ready, go, go. Decker says, ready. And we're into game 2 on Tourmaline. This was Jackal's map pick. All right, in the bottom corner of Tourmaline, on the board with the first win is Jackals. And in the top corner with the red Terran SCVs, send him your energy, let's get him on the board. We have X-Decker. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on here? What are we doing? What are we doing here, Jackals? Already getting that sneaky little proxy. I assume this is just going to be a zealot, like a fast zealot, to go and harass and prevent the expansion. Oh, no, it is not. I am 100% wrong. Jackals wants a quick end to this series. This is a flower. Oh. He doesn't scout it. He just barely doesn't scout it. But he is going to go and find that there is nothing in the main. Oh no, he doesn't scout the main. He's going for the eBay block, but there's nothing to block. There is absolutely nothing there. This is not a expand. This is, we are trying to kill you right here, right now. And if I'm Jackals, I'm almost like building a pylon there to try and make sure that he cannot wall it off with a depot. Yeah, you need more army, Decker, because these zealots are about to come running at you. This, your command center is not there, not built yet. Never do this. You do not want the mule long distance mining. Oh no, Decker. Decker has no idea what is coming for him. The Reaper is kind of scouting around. It might see it. Okay, he sees it. And now he realizes exactly what's going on. Hopefully. No, you can't put bunkers on the low ground. You gotta try to hold the high ground. Lift up that command center. Get your SCVs to repairing. Get your SCVs on repairing. And start pumping out Marines. Now the flower, in my opinion, is not good against Terran. Like, you shouldn't generally use it against Terran. Because they can just do this in a lot of cases. But Jackals he has built a cyber core. He's going to look to transition to stalkers. No, why are we lowering? Oh, this is not going to be good for Decker if he tries to fight this right now. Okay, we are building lots of Marines, lots of army. This is good. This is what we need. But the attack isn't finished yet. Stop dropping mules and long distance mining them. You're going to give me an aneurysm, Decker. Lucid Shadow, sorry, I didn't see your comment. You can do the server setting in the options. I believe it is under observer settings or servers and regions, something like that. And that is where you can set, there's a little tick box for choosing what region and server. Okay, if we can pick off some of these stalkers, it is going to be huge. These are slow zealots. I think that with some micro, Decker can hold this. The zealots are going down. We're losing a lot of SCVs, but actually, this is going to be a hold. All right, get back to mining. Maybe even go across the map. Kill the flower. Send everything you have. Kill the flower. There's no expansion from Jackals. If he's just building zealots there, you should be able to kite them and kill them. No, why are you walking around, taking the long way? I do not understand this pathing at all. Kill the pylon. You gotta kill the pylon. Okay, so Decker is focusing the pylon. The zealots are running towards his main. Jackals cancels the 4 stalkers that were in production. This is a good idea. And calls GG. Yep, because he can't expand. Decker found the cheese. He probably just loses at that point. So Lucid, it is in language and region. There's a button, pick game server on lobby creation. All right, map 3 is Ruby Rock. All right, we're getting right into this game. There's so many little things I could say to Decker or Jackals, but I don't like giving any kind of tips or anything in the middle of a series for players. But anyway, getting into game 3, on the bottom side of Ruby Rock with the teal Protoss probes, we have Jackals. And on the top side with the red SCVs, we have Decker, ex-Decker. That was a good hold, even though at times I was like very scared for Decker and how he was playing it out. But he did hold, and when he sniped the pylon in the flower, Jackals kind of knew the jig was up. He was prevented from expanding with the eBay there, and so he GG'd out rather than trying to play from behind. And very likely Decker walks across the map at that point with all of his Marines and kills everything that Jackals has. So I agree the game was over, and good decision to GG out there. Save the mental for the next game. All right, so looks like we have, we did cap the gas. I don't know that I really like doing that. Oh, actually, this is gonna be hilarious. Could have built a pylon or something and blocked the barracks from landing if he wanted to. eBay block going down again. I hate Terrans that eBay block so much. I encounter it all the time as Protoss. It pisses me off every goddamn time. I don't know that this is really worth it to do if you're Jackals. If he's playing mech, sure, but you don't know at this point what he's playing. It's very worth it to do against Protoss. Not so worth it against Terran, in my opinion, or Zerg, especially not Zerg. All right, we got normal time cores coming up. Jackals really wants to expand, but he can't because there's this freaking eBay in his natural. All right, more barracks and a high ground CC going down for Decker. I do think that in a lot of cases, high ground CCs, oh, no cancel on that one. So the eBay was just dead. Usually you cancel it, you get like 100 minerals back. I mean, it's not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, but just is what it is. We got a Stalker looking for the Reaper, but there's no Reaper coming across the map this time. Zealot going to scout, see what's up on the other side of the map. Warp Gate on the production tab, and a whole bunch of Terran production on the other side of the map. I'm thinking that Decker is going to go for his 4 racks timing with stim and combat shields, if I had to guess. If I was a betting man, that would be what I would bet on. All right, the Zealot is going to get 2 SCVs, which is unfortunate. Forces a cancel on the bunker, not really a big deal. It could be worse. All right, we're going to start up that bunker again for Decker on the other side of the map. Charge starts up for Jackals, and oh, you know, the old Protoss adage, when behind, dark shrine. Not that I even think Jackals is really behind here, but it's just the old Protoss book of cheese. Cannon rush, nope. Didn't work. Okay, Dark Templars, that didn't work. Okay, 1 base carrier all in. Yep. Oh fuck, that was unfortunate. Okay, but we've got the missile turrets. The Dark Templars, they get nothing. That paranoia kicking in for Decker. He knew something was up, I think. That something was not quite right. All right, so instead we're morphing in Archons here with our DTs. Archon drops. I didn't mention that as a potential cheese, but it could be. But if there's a bunch of missile turrets, that's not going to really work all that well. We got here more gateways coming up, more production for Jackals. All right, we are going for, looks like Marine Marauder medevac. At least I assume the starport is to get medevacs. I do believe that Decker should get some tanks as well. I don't know if Decker saw the Dark Shrine. I don't think he did. Yeah, he sees nothing on the other side of the map. But he just anticipated. He knows Jackals likes to cheese. So he just anticipated that something was up. Decker needs to consolidate his army before he goes into this push. Because right now his army's in 2 groups. He needs to consolidate them all together. What are we building here? Reactor Tech Lab. So we're going for Ravens, maybe. He really needs those medevacs. Okay, on the other side, we got a Warp Prism coming up. We don't have a whole lot of army. 34 to 26 army supply. No stim. They're not kiting or anything. No scan for the DT. Okay, now we're kiting. We get most of the Protoss army, and 4 Marines live to tell the tale. But that was a huge Zealot warp-in for the side of Jackals. We have no concussive shells, I don't think. Yet, no concussive shells, no oh wait, no, we do have combat shields. I can see it there. Got a Raven coming up. But we really need tanks and we need medevacs. Jackals is going in with this for a warp-in. But luckily, Decker's army is right there. This is not going to get the damage that Game 1 got. But what we do need is, we need a Viking or something that can hunt down this Warp Prism. We don't want it constantly being a thorn in our side, in the back of our base, warping in. Ooh, Ghost Academy. I like it. I like it. All right, combat shields. Sorry, not combat shields. +1 infantry armor just finished for the side of Decker. Jackals is expanding to a 3rd base. Decker has 2 CCs on the production tab, I believe. Or sorry, just 1 CC. I thought he started a 2nd CC. Maybe it was cancel. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I just thought it was something it wasn't. Good Phoenix Scout for the side of Jackals. As a Protoss, if you are not regularly Phoenix Scouting your enemies with a couple of sentries, like, you lose so much information by not doing that. Oh, Decker, bro, I am gonna send you a message after the tourney's done and be like, dude, you gotta stop long distance mining your mules. You gotta stop. Okay, so we're sitting at 52 to 60 army supply with a big warp in from the side of Jackals, but we have no tanks, we have no medevacs, I don't think we have concussive shells. Terran is moving across the map and he's going to see, oh, we have a medevac, but it gets sniped. A whole lot of Protoss coming for him. We do have Archons, but we don't have any kind of Storm or Colossus or Splash. Okay, no stim yet. These Archons are just doing so much damage to the bio. This is such a nasty combination, and Decker just doesn't have the tools to deal with it. The Zealots making short work of the the move commanded army. 15, 20, 25. Do I see 30? SCVs going down. Decker's trying to produce more army, but I think that this is just too little too late, if I'm being honest. I think Jackals has this one in the bag as 36 SCVs go down. Wow. All right, this is probably GG right here. Decker had the factory, and I think if he has like 2 or 3 tanks, it actually makes all the difference. 2 or 3 tanks, concussive shells, a little bit of kiting. He was getting ghosts, working up to ghosts, but he didn't have any ghosts in his army. And now it's all over. Save the crying. Got here a couple of Stargates coming up for Jackals. All right, now we have our first tank at 11 minutes for Decker. It is not ideal at all. Generally, when you're doing pushes across the map, you're doing Marine, Marauder, Medevac, tank. And in many of these cases, Decker was lacking the Medevacs and the tanks. All right, +3 weapons coming up. I think Storm is just coming up. What else are we seeing? A Fleet Beacon and Stargates. So I assume that Jackals is going to go Tempests to kind of dig the Terran out of their bunker, but I don't think it's even really needed. Like, he has enough stuff. He should just be able to walk in here, Tempests or not. 25 to 50 army supply. And Decker, you can't chase this man. You are on borrowed time as it is. Overstimming his bio. He's trying to pick off a few, but without concussive shells to slow those zealots down. All right, mothership, carriers. Oh, it's carriers, not tempests on the production tab. Either way, once the Sky Toss gets there, and even with without the Sky Toss, this game is probably just done, because Jackal should be able to throw sheer numbers at Decker. Yeah, and we're pushing up the ramp. The zealots are going down, but they don't really matter all that much. Decker has 19 army supply to 75. Now, granted, a whole bunch of that is in carriers that aren't going anywhere yet. But the command center is going to die to Archons, not something you see very often. And Jackals is going to keep Decker hemmed into his base. And GG is called. Jackals takes game number 3, sorry, and takes this series. Okay, so take a look at the bracket, because there should be a loser's bracket there. I really feel like if Decker had like 5 or 6 tanks when that push went, the first initial push went through, he would be able to hold against Jackals there. That doesn't necessarily mean that he will win the game, but he would be able to hold. All right, so Jackals is on his way to another ALT tourney win. Now, will Decker come up through the losers bracket and upset it, or will Jackals have to face the Zerg Prince Zizor in the final? We are about to find out. Send him another invite. I think that he's not at his computer, and he's probably been waiting quite a while, so. These games today have not been fast, I will say that much. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, Lucid. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for following. All right, well, might be doing another walkover. Send him another invite. See where he's at. While this is going on, we're gonna run an ad. I think push those ad times back. And then once this is done, I will be So for me personally, I always go through vetoes in the best of ones. I want the best chance possible of winning. All right. Once we got him in the party, nice and fast. Let's fucking go. All right. So in the bottom corner with the blue Zerg drones. Whoops. Yeah, best of one. We have Prince Zizor, not sure how to say that. And in the top corner with the red Terran SCVs, we have X-Decker. I should have asked what region Prince was from, because I have not seen him in here before. Hopefully it's not too laggy for him. I don't know what region he played on before. Ooh, already with the shenanigans. Completely standard from Decker, but a 12 pool from Prince. All right. So are we going to be sending lings across the map right to start, or are we just doing this for a little bit of safety in case of cheese? That is the question. I assume it's going to be lings right away. Yep, there's the lings on the production tab. Meanwhile, Decker is starting up a Reaper. Orbital command starts. So I don't like scoutless openings, especially against Zerg. Oh, really against anyone. But the lings are on their way. And while I personally don't feel like a 12 pool into Terran is generally a good strategy, because we are going for a low ground CC, this is actually going to force the cancel. Oh, we see the lings. Get the Reaper, micro the Reaper. And raise that depot. Okay, so we did cancel the natural, which is unfortunate. This is why you generally want to start your CCs on the high ground, but not the end of the world by any means. So Prince is looking to continue this aggro, going straight into roaches. Decker needs to get some tanks. Or a Banshee. A Banshee would keep him safe as well. Prince is UK? Okay. So... okay, he should see the roaches there. He'll see the roach warren. Yep, there's the roaches popping. Good scout from the Reaper. The roaches are already on their way across the map. Need a bunker. We need a factory with a tech lab yesterday. This bunker, I don't think is going to be up in time. We're only getting 1 or 2 roaches. We're on only 16 or 19 drones, but we are going to put on this early pressure. We are all inning. All right, we need some SCVs to fix. That's maybe a lot of SCVs. I don't think you need that many SCVs to fix. And the bunker is unfortunately out of range. All right, we need to start up a tank. I don't know if we have the resources for a tank for Decker. Oh, lots of damage being done to the depot and to the Marines. The depot goes down, meaning that the Zerg can start getting into the base. I feel like this is probably going to be it for Decker, but he does have the bunker. The roaches are going down. A couple of them hitting the SCVs. Never mind, this is a hold. Now we should be using all that energy on our command centers to drop some mules. We have no mining going on right now because we had 10 SCVs on gas. A little bit of panic plays here from Decker, I think. All right, we're gonna kill this Overlord. All right, but back at home, the economy is booming for Prince. I feel like Decker salvages his bunkers too quickly. But that's just me. All right, we are getting tanks. Excellent. We've got a tech lab on the starport for Banshees. All right, Decker is kind of stabilizing thanks to mules. But 14 SCVs, he lost a lot. 14 to 39. Drone button goes brrr. Ooh, that's a little bit far forward, I think, for that tank. It's an easy bile range. Okay. So far, only slow lings, though. Because we spent all our gas on a roach all in, we don't actually have ling speed yet on the side of Prince. Okay, is this going to be a planetary fortress in this wall here? We don't have a engineering bay yet. There's a part of me that kind of wants to see a PVZ final, but you know, if Decker can hold on against the aggression of Prince. $25 to 41 workers, so he is getting back into this for the, or his economy is getting back into this. 27 to 30 army supply. This is going to be hard to break, especially if he turns this into a planetary. That is a lot of links, though. We need more tanks. More tanks, Decker. And this one's not even sieged up. Oh, I don't think you have the army to defend this, Decker. Not with your wall not being complete, not having more tanks. Army is in the way, so he cannot drop the command center. That is unfortunate. All right, this should be a planetary, right? Right? Thankfully, he is building more tanks. Where are you going for with this tank there, Decker? You don't have enough tanks for this push, man. Macro hatch, 2 macro hatches going down in the main, along with Evo chambers for Prince. Yeah, I don't think that Decker has the tank count that he needs to do something like this. All right, I like that he moves the Marauders ahead for Banelings, I think, but... Oh, loses the Banshee. That's not good. Queen goes down. We're going to stim in. Go for the hatchery in this case, but honestly, like, you should be moving on those drones. Ooh, good choke point there. We're going to try to move away from all the Banelings, let the tank eat some of the Baneling connections, splitting our units. Honestly, good fight from Decker. What I will say is the hatch is worth 275 minerals. If you have 16 drones there, 16 times 50, you know, if you kill all those drones, it is a huge value. You're looking at what, like 700-ish minerals, something like that. Way more than a hatchery. And then they have to rebuild that to get up their drone count again for their income. More tanks, Decker. You need more tanks. All right, what do we got on the other side? We got Hydralisks, we got Hydra Speed, we got +1 Carapace. We have so many bases coming up for the side of Prince. All right, a little bit of a Zergling run by coming in on the 3rd of Decker. This is why this needs to be a planetary. This is so exposed. If this is a planetary, run-bys like that don't work. More tanks, more medevacs, more army. Lots of Banelings coming up for Prince. We have a lot of hatcheries right now that aren't injected. We're going inject, 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 inject. And this is a dangerous push without any like tank support, honestly. We're gonna snipe the hatch and then run away. That's actually running away here, very smart, but you can't get away from this army. Like, you're off creep, but you just need to turn and fight it. Oh, combat shields isn't even finished from the side of Decker. And now the army gets surrounded and it's completely dead. Having tanks along the way gives you a source of splash damage, and it gives you like a way of falling back. All those Banelings connecting. 23 SCVs going down. The army from Decker is absolutely shattered. And more Lings are about to start flooding across the map. All right, these tanks are not sieged up. Ooh, big Baneling morph in right around the corner from Decker's base. And Zergling still streaming across the map. Neither side's economy is very good. But the fact that Prince is only up, you know, a little bit despite the huge early lead. And the long distance mining mules again. Big tank hits. Tanks taking some of those Baneling connections. SCV is absorbing some banelings. Now we're losing 12 more SCVs, but so far Decker is still technically holding this. And Terran does have an an advantage that Zerg doesn't have in mules. Like, all of these mules are helping so much in keeping Decker in this game. All right, let's get our tank actually sieged up. I'm gonna pick a queen off, pick some drones off. 9 drones going down. Gonna go and snipe this hatchery, but on the other side of the map, Zerglings are going across, but we do have a planetary up now. We have a tank. This should not be an even trade. The tank and the planetary should make short work of the Zergling run by. So Decker gets a really good trade there, picking off a hatchery and losing almost nothing in return. 14 more drones going down. We're just gonna stim and run onto creep. Okay, maybe a little bit ambitious. We're gonna get a surround there with the banelings. We're out of range of our tanks, but good kiting back from Decker. The Marauders kind of insulating a couple of those Marines, as well as the tank taking some big hits. Both players are totally broke right now, but Decker, even though he's down workers, I think with the mules, he probably has the income advantage. All right, you should pick up those Marauders and fly away, honestly. Yeah, good move by Decker. He's got tons of units at home, 90 to 20 army supply. He just needs to send his army across the map at this point, and this game is probably done. Must be an absolute heartbreaker for Prince, who had everything going for him early. Yeah. So now Decker can probably just move across the map with 102 army supply to 26. Like, just go, Decker. Please don't let this be another game like when you play Ragnar and they get back into it from an absolutely crushed position. Just move across the map. F2 A, and you win right here. Yeah, there it is. You don't need to go all the way up here. Just F2 move his base. 26 to 109 army supply. Decker is actually supply blocked for like the first time this game. Now we still don't have any tanks in this army composition, I don't think. Or maybe I just can't see them. Are there any tanks here? No, no tanks. All right, now I do see a good chunk of this bio ball absolutely melting if it gets hit by banelings, but this army is just hugely different. Okay, the Marines are going in. The banelings are there, getting sniped by Marauders, and we're pushing in. It's about to be a drone massacre. 8, 9, 10, 14, 16 drones going down as we push into the main. There are Lings on the other side of the map. They are trying to go for a base trade, but you never base trade a Terran. Decker just needs to F2 into the main and kill everything to win right now. F2 into the main and murder everything. There we go. Push up that ramp. Your units are trapped. There we go. First hatch goes down. Second hatch goes down. Hydra Den about to go down. All those Zerglings that just popped out, massacred. Looks like Decker will be facing off against Jackals in a rematch in the finals. But very good game from Prince. It was honestly very close. All right, so that means Jackals will be against Decker in the final here. All right, so we are going to be in a bit of a holding pattern again. While we wait, but you know, when these tournaments take multiple hours, like I've been casting for 3 hours now. Not really all that surprising that people need to take breaks here and there. All right. Since we got a little bit of time, I'm probably going to run an ad break shortly and take a little bit of a be right back myself, because, you know, the players need a minute. And that way we're not going to get ads during like a big moment while they're battling it out. So we will be right back, chat. All right, we're back. Just taking a short break. Still waiting on our players to get back. Jackals is back, but we need Decker back as well. Decker said he needed a couple minutes break. I can't really blame him. After the last, couple hours worth of playing, various things have been happening. Need to get up, move around, stretch a bit, take care of whatever you need to take care of. So now we wait. Man, this game, it was actually so close. It really could have gone either way. These have been some good games today, I gotta say. And I'm excited to see how Decker adapts to Jackals for the best of 5. And Decker's back. Perfect. All right, we're getting right into the vetoes. First veto is Mothership. First veto of every one of these series has been Mothership. I really hoped I would get to cast a game of Mothership, but you can't always get everything you want. That's life. It is what it is. 10,000 feet. Celestial. No sneaky cheeses for Jackals on Celestial. Winter Madness is our 4th veto. So Tourmaline is map 1. Gonna assume Ruby is probably gonna be map 2. I'm gonna see some maps here, hopefully, that we haven't seen much today. I do find it interesting in these tournament settings. You see a lot of the same map. Ooh, White Rabbit. You see a lot of the same map. Like most of the games today have been Tourmaline, Taito, and Ruby Rock. Like Ruby is map number 3, picked by X Decker. Taito, map number 4, and so that means that our final map will be Old Republic. and white, Ruby, Taito, Old Republic. Okay, got it. Making sure both of them are ready before I start. Oh yeah, I forgot about the time difference for Jackals. Getting very late for him. But he's on his way to another ALT tourney win. Alrighty. To get this best 5 series kicked off, in the bottom corner we have, with the teal Protoss probes, Jackal. And in the top corner with the red SCVs, we have Decker. Hopefully, Decker, after these last couple games, starts building more tanks. I think that if he starts building more tanks, he will have more success. Tanks are such a good unit. Abuse them, Terran players. If you're not building tanks, and lots of them, what are you even doing? You don't have to play mech to build lots of tanks. Marine Tank Medevac is one of the strongest unit compositions in the game. And it kills basically everything. All right, so far, no real shenanigans. Gateway Scout for Jackals. Looks like we are going for a SCV Scout for Decker as well. I will say, Terran is my weakest race, so I see a lot of things that I think are good, but I don't know specific build orders and specific advice. Okay, so we're not scouting the other side of the map to see what's going on there. We are just, you know, making sure the probe isn't doing anything funky. Jackals goes and steals his gas again. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. The probe gets cornered and dies. 4 and a second gateway go down at home. And Decker goes for the eBay block. Again, this pisses me off so much. All right, now Jackals is going for a sneaky proxy on the other side of the map. He has prevented Decker from being able to get 2 gases, which can, you know, bite into his production if he's trying to go mech. We are getting a low ground bunker, not a bad idea. I think it should maybe be more towards the center so it doesn't block your units, but, you know, still not bad. He is scouting for the proxy. He senses it. Okay. Meanwhile, Jackal's building a few stalkers, getting warp gate. Pretty late on the expand for Jackals. I mean, Decker also only just starting his command center as well is pretty late. We are going to try to kill this engineering bay with a couple of stalkers. And hey, Decker's building tanks. Love to see that. All right, looks like Decker is doing an SCV scout that will probably actually get in because the stalkers moved out at like just the perfect time. This is interesting. Are we just sitting there looking for like a third? Got a couple more stalkers going across the map. Cybernetic score is about to finish. Maybe trying to go for some early pressure. We did just finish a Twilight Council, but we are not starting Blink. Going for a bit of an all-in or something. But we've got a bunker. We've got a tank. Like, Decker should be pretty safe here, theoretically. I'd maybe like to see a second tank, a second low ground tank. All right, so Decker spots the attack with an SCV scout. Yeah, because right now, with everything the way it is here, Jackals can kind of just walk in. Yeah, that's why having a high ground tank is fine, but you need a low ground tank as well. And don't chase this. Don't chase this. You don't need to chase this. Also why you generally wall off across here at the narrowest point. Ideally, you should move your tank here, and then it can literally protect this whole like area. So charge is on the production tab for Jackals. We are going to be getting a bunch of charge slots, and the fact that this is not an actual wall does matter now. Why are we moving out? Why are we moving out? Like, we are sacrificing our good position here by moving out like that, when we know that there's a hostile army probably on this side of the map. You know, you don't need cyclones, Decker. You need tanks. Tanks. This is actually such a scary little death ball. But it's not going to easily be able to get in with all these depots there. Yeah, but the moment like a tank fires there, Jackals knows like, what's he going to do? What is he going to do? Nothing. All right, we're going to get some observers so that we can maybe blink up and around. Decker building missile turrets on the side to prevent those run-bys that did so much damage in the previous game. That's great. We're getting some Archons for Jackals and some observers, as well as a Warp Prism. Now, Jackals, despite, you know, putting on basically all the pressure, is behind in workers. So this is where Jackals struggles a little bit macro-wise, is 38 to 30 workers. But Terran has mules too. So really, wait, did the tank die? How did the tank die? Okay, so Decker left his fortified position, and now his entire army is dead. Unfortunately, this is probably game right here. The bunker falls. The Marines are all dead. We have gone from about 40 army supply to 20. Jackals is currently in the process of taking absolutely everything. 15 SCVs going down. What a push. Now, this is what happens when you only have one tank at home. All right, so the Zealots are pushing up the ramp there, preventing the depots from closing. The Archon is zapping the Marauders. But we're going to finish off all of the stuff in the natural first. We don't want to push up this point just yet. We're still building Cyclones. Brother, why are we building Cyclones? We don't need Cyclones. Oh, man. if he had 3 tanks that were sieged up, like here, something like that, like Jackals can't even walk in to this SC or this supply depot wall that was there. This is crazy. All right, we're building some more observers because I think our previous ones got sniped. We're trying to go and take this position, but we have no tanks, we have no bunkers, we have no wall, we have a cyclone that is going to do nothing. All right, we're kiting, we're trying to, we're stimming and moving away. This is GG. Decker is desperately trying to fight this, but unfortunately, yeah, GG gets called, and that is the game. All right, map 2 is White Rabbit. This is Jackal's map pick. All right, Dexter says ready, good luck. Have fun, go, go. Jackal says ready, here we go. Right into game 2. This is what I like to see. All right. In the top corner, on the board in this best of 5 series with the teal Protoss probes, we have Jackals. And in the bottom corner with the red Terran SCVs, we have X-Decker. We're sending an SCV across the map immediately. Okay, let's get the shenanigans going. The cheeser becomes the cheesed. All right, but we still built one at home. I'm kind of surprised about that. Why did we send an SCV across the map this early if we're not going to build a barracks like as soon as we have money? But maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. So what is this cheese going to be? Is it going to be Reapers? Is it going to be Marauders? Is it going to be just Marines? What is this cheese going to be? What flavor of cheese are we going to see right now? All right, this might look like a Reaper starting up, but it's actually a Marine. Probably just going to kill the probe because Jackals has not pulled the probe back. We are scouting for proxies. This is probably going to get found. Okay, just barely, and it was Marauders. But with the, if he takes the Marine across the map, he might be able to protect it. He cancels the tech lab, starts building a Reaper instead. Starts the eBay block too, but Jackals can't expand. I would be getting so annoyed, honestly. Even if I'm winning these games, I would be getting so annoyed as Jackals. All right, we're gonna lose a 1 probe, maybe 2 probes. But the Stalker is out, so the Reaper is not gonna get any further into the base. A little bit of pressure early. Don't really have much to show for it, but a little bit of pressure. All right, we should cancel this, hopefully, and get the money back. Yep, 94. All right. I like this from Decker. We're getting a bunker to go along with our low ground expand. Going into a tech lab. So let's build more than one tank this game. Let's build more than one tank. That is our goal. All right, charge on the production tab for jackals. And we are going to start our depot wall. Come on, Decker. You have enough for a tank. Get it started. Please. All right, let's get our orbital. Yeah, 2 orbitals. Eco-wise, Jackals would be ahead if he didn't have, or if Decker didn't have mules. Got our nice ALT logos in the center of the map. All right, and so here, tank goes here, tank goes here. You cover multiple spots. High ground and low ground. And you basically stop any aggression from being able to, early aggression from being able to actually affect you, especially if you actually wall this off. We have a Phoenix Scout. We do have a Templar Archives as well from Jackals. The Archons have been putting in so much work. Okay, Phoenix gets destroyed, but it sees everything. Got a Liberator. Why is this tank unsieged? Why is this tank ever unsieged? We're going for a push. I really don't know about this. Like, you've got a handful of Marines against charge lots. And at 6 minutes, you have to assume charge is done. We're doing these pushes off of one tank. We have Stim, or Stim is not finished. We only have one tank. We've got a handful of Marines. I think either the nerves are affecting Decker or he is very much misreading the situation that he's in. Jackal's pulled all his probes off. But since there's no tank at home, this game might just be done anyway. And it might not matter the fact that Jackals has pulled half of his probes off of mining. Jackals has still not realized, though he will once things start taking damage at home. But yeah, had not realized that his probes were not back in. Decker would normally be getting tons of damage for this, if not for the fact that Jackals has not been mining this base for a minute. Oh, I love Meta League so much. Please start building tanks out of this factory. All right, Jackal's getting his third up and running. Third for X-Decker is starting. There's a medevac flying across the map following the Liberator. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. Just going to the hangout in the third. Why? Why are we pushing so far up here? Like, you're better off taking any of these bases than taking this base. It is so far up. Oh, we're building tanks. We're going for a push with the single tank again, I think. We just emptied our Marines out of our bunker. There's Decker C on the other side of the map. Decker sees nothing on the other side of the back. He has no idea what's there except for the one stalker he can see in the corner. Oh, we've got 2 tanks. Huge. Like, stalkers take so much damage from tanks. They're so fragile. If you have a couple of tanks that are there ready to go, can't remember if it's 2 or 3 shots from a tank to kill a stalker, but the splash and everything like depletes their shields. It just softens them up so much. It's like half healths them basically in a hit. Cannot remember what the damage is. Like, and we keep going for these pushes when we're not really ready for them. Now we do have more army supply. We're at 85 to 56. But you need to have a tank in the main, tank in your expansion. Like, tanks are pretty good. Shocking, I know. Do we have concussive shells? We need concussive shells. Yes, we do. Okay, now we need to position our tanks and get them sieged up first. Okay, Robo gets sniped. Nexus is about to get sniped. Zealots and everything coming in from behind. We are overstimmed, I think, but oh, good storm. Good storms from Jackals. Stalker's getting picked off by the tanks. This is a great fight for both players, honestly. But I think Decker just has enough, even with the storms. His upgrades are better. His army was all together. We're gonna snipe a pylon, which is gonna unpower. Actually, unpowers only 1, I think. No, 2. We do get a. I don't know why we're scanning here, but we do get a warping of zealots. Medevacs are just so good. Holy shit. Keeping the Terran army alive, but if Decker walks across the map with the rest of these forces, picks up in the medevacs, runs right into a cannon, runs into more cannons. Jackals is trying to stabilize here. Mules called en masse by Decker as he starts pumping out more army. Please pump out more tanks. Please get more tanks. Jackal still has an unpowered gateway there, but it is not the end of the world. Picks up a cannon with a Marauder and 2 Marines. Force the warp in at home to deal with the leftovers of that initial push. But now there are so many Marauders and a single tank. We need some Marines for DPS as well. Marauders are good, they're big and beefy, but they don't have quite the same damage that Marines that are stimmed have. Jackals is warping in, trying to consolidate his forces. As his third gets picked off and 13 more probes go down. Warping in Archons, energy overcharge on the Templar for storms. But there is so much, the 42 to 103. All right, let's see some storms. Good storms. Now the zealots are in them. I don't think we have enough for a second one. All right, we're trying to warp in more. We're trying to hold off, trying to stabilize, trying to do anything. But this is all over. Save the cry. GG calls Jackals. And we have a series on our hands. Let's do Ruby as map 3. All right. We are going into game number 3 on Ruby Rock LE. All right. The specified series tied at 1-1. In the top corner with the teal Protoss probes, we have Jackal. And in the bottom corner with the red SCVs, we have X-Decker. All right. Let's see what these two decide to whip out for this game. So far, everything's looking relatively standard. Decker going for like the fake out where he leaves his natural open to look like he's proxying when he's not. This is some next level mind games. But it only works like if the enemy actually scouts you. I don't know if Jackals is scouting or proxying. Okay, he is scouting. So he goes up the ramp and he sees nothing. And he immediately books it to the other side of the map. Builds the core, builds another gate. Starts a zealot. This is actually hilarious. I love this so much. He's scouting everywhere for where's the fucking proxy? Where is it? It would be hilarious if Decker started like a bunker or something here. Where's the proxy? Oh, Decker just canceled it outright when the zealot showed up. All right, Stalker's on the production tab. This is an overreaction from Jackals, but like he doesn't know that. And it actually might bite Decker in the ass if it gives Jackals enough of a force that he feels comfortable going across the map to like harass Decker, or he feels like he needs to get damage or all in or something. All right, probe goes down in the main. Don't think we're gonna get anything else. Good control by Jackals. Brings the Stalkers back. Reaper gets sniped. Now Jackal's on the other side of the map with the proxy. I think the zealot, nope, the zealot's at home, never mind. We still have not started Warp Gate. We are doing a double bunker in the natural. I think that's maybe smart. Proxy Stargate. Oh no. Oh no. Jackals, is this a one base carrier? You can save this bunker. Why are we just giving up this bunker? Like, bro. Okay, so SCV goes down, 2 SCVs go down, 3 SCVs go down. Jackal's getting a little bit of pressure as he tries to take an expansion. Yep, proxying the fleet beacon. So this is going to be Tempests or carriers. And knowing Jackals, I'm betting on carriers. And a lot of low rank ladder players don't know how to play against carriers. So they don't know how to respond to it. So I feel like Decker has plenty of time to find this and to stop it, but that's probably not what's going to happen. All right, 3rd CC down for Decker. Decker's feeling pretty good right now, I think. 25 to 30 workers, 4 to 21 army supply. Like, this is actually a huge number of Marines for this early in the game. Is it? Yep, there it is. That's the carrier. Now, if we walk across the map right now, Jackals is dead. But ideally, you want like a Marine tank push like this to hit way sooner. Like, I think you could probably hit the same push at like 10 minutes. Or sorry, not 10 minutes, 5 minutes instead of 6 or 7. All right, siege up your tank. Ideally a little bit more forward than that, but 1 carrier out. Now, there are no medevacs for these Marines. Oh, he recalls the carrier right onto, but he's focused firing the Nexus. You could have sniped the carrier right then. The man with gun, pretty good. You just hold position your Marines, they kill all of those interceptors there. So now you know there's probably a proxy. You saw the recall in, hopefully. But like, just go. He's got 1 carrier, Decker. Go. You kill that A-moving Marines. Push, push, push. These missile turrets are worthless. Like, Vikings, if you're going to try to kill the carriers, but like literally just push. No cancel from Jackals. Now these Marines are overstim. There's no medevac. That is not great, but 3, 4, 6, 9 probes go down. Tank is focusing the Zealots. 14 probes. Jackals has no economy. Like, see, these missile turrets are basically worthless. But lock on the Marines. That's a carrier dead. The carrier walks into its target on the missile turret. 2nd carrier dead. Proxy carrier. Sorry, Jackals. It's not a good strat. And Decker takes game 2. All right, so game 3 was Ruby. Sorry, Decker takes game 3, not game 2. So game 4 will be on Taito. Match point for Decker. I think that Jackals right now is in the replay, looking at what the start was, if I had to guess. Jackals is ready. Just waiting on Decker. Oh, said it's ready. Good luck. I missed that right there. All right. In the top corner of Taito Citadel with the teal Protoss probes, we have Jackals. And in the bottom corner with the red Terran SCVs, we have Decker on match point. Decker facing a lot of adversity in this tournament today. And yet coming out the other side stronger. But no, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the proxy carrier build. I've told Jackals, I don't like the proxy carrier build. I think if you're gonna do a proxy like that with a fleet beacon, you're better off doing Tempests that don't take nearly as much time to build, and can really force out a lot of pressure. Okay, what do we got here? We got normal gateway timing, normal barracks timing, the scouts going across the map. The mind games were too strong in that last one. Okay, so Decker followed the probe instead, finishing his scout. Ooh, Jackals with the pylon. But we don't have a forge at home, so it probably doesn't matter. Reaper on the production tab for Decker. Cyberport building for Jackals. Very standard early game, other than this proxy pylon here. Gonna start the engineering bay. I feel like we could have blocked the engineering bays at some point, or we could be taking our, you know, natural faster. Okay, this gets caught. Not all that surprising. Probe goes down. Building gets canceled. I think it was just a gateway. Warp gate being researched. Stalker on the production tab. Building a pylon at home so we don't get supply block when this one goes down. Now, this being said, Decker...
Your precious pylon is falling.
Decker, you know, sees basically nothing. He never got a scout off with the Reaper. He has no idea what's going on the other side of the map. I do like that this positioning of the bunker is better than some of his previous games. We got a number of stalkers coming out for Jackals. Reaper should get a scout so that Decker can see what he's going up against, but it probably won't get any damage done. Throws the grenade behind him, even though he wasn't being chased. The last little fuck you. All right, we're going into a 4 racks. Again, it looks like no factory yet. Command center finishes on the high ground. Nexus just starts for Jackals at 340. So the economy is very much going to be on the side of Decker.
Game paused.
Oh, we got a pause from Jackal. He's probably pinging out, if I had to guess. Because his internet is far from reliable. I should do predictions in chat for who's gonna win each game when I cast. Jesus, 1.2k ping. That is crazy. Well, I'm glad his ping is dropping because that is a crazy ping to try and play on. All right. Resume the real-time strategying. Getting that missile turret there just in case of DTs. It actually saved him in one of his earlier matches in the upper bracket against Jackals. Like, if Decker could just kind of tighten up his timings and hit with like a tank or two and a bunch of Marines at like this time at this side of the map, while Jackals has, you know, 4 or 5 stalkers and a couple zealots and charge isn't done, that would be like game ending.
Game paused.
Jackal's about to go and boot someone off his Wi-Fi. He's, oh, Decker. I can't even tell him that, like, I think Decker means Jackals means that he's gonna check like who is on his Wi-Fi, or like his internet that's taking up all the bandwidth. Because I should be able to see the party chat since we're all in a party.
Game resumed.
Resume the real-time strategy-ing. Or strategizing. Okay. Now, hopefully, the game will finish before my next ad comes in, because I'm out of snoozes. I really don't like these little pushes that Decker does with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 units, like 19 or 20 units. Especially because, like, it would be one thing if you had 2 or 3 tanks with it, but like this push, not very good. Especially with no medevacs. Like, if this is a medevac drop into the back of the base, that's an entirely different scenario than you running at the front door of Jackals with this push. But I think Jackals cleans this up okay. Yeah. Like, you get nothing done with this. You're just throwing away units, basically. You do that same push a minute earlier with 2 or 3 tanks, and that's probably game ending, though. Honestly, the fact that Jackals has not really been having many ping issues at all in this series is kind of amazing. He has a very unstable internet connection. All right, so +1 melee coming up, or sorry, +1 ground coming up for Jackals. Combat shields finishing for X-Decker, and +1 armor also finishing. +2 infantry has started up. Upgrades are definitely in favor of Decker. All right, we have started a command center on the high ground. We have a warp prism that is floating around looking to do a warp into the main. And Decker is pushing across the map again with no tank support. Okay. We have hold position this warp prism here. Doing a Phoenix Scout, that's good. All right, Decker is going in for a push. Still no medevacs, still no tanks. Just raw Marauder Marine Fireball. But honestly, these concussive shells are massive. This might actually be all we need, because there's no splash damage other than the Archons from the side of Jackals. Jackal's entire army is dying, and he calls GG. Decker takes the victory lap 3-1 in the finals after going through the losers bracket. I think Jackals was just kind of done with his ping. It's late at night. I'd be a little tilted myself, honestly, if I was good until that last game for ping, and then things kind of got all fucked up. Oh man, that is unfortunate. That is crushing for Jackals. Now, there's definitely areas where I can see some improvement for Jackals. Like, we're still on gateway units at 7 minutes or so, 7-8 minutes. We need some like immortals in that mix. We need some Colossus or something, or Storm, some source of splash damage that isn't just Archon, because you can focus down an Archon, you can burst it down, and it's not like that good a source of splash damage, especially with the habit that Decker had of kind of overstimming his Marines and not having any medevacs with his army. But that's neither here nor there. Let's see, is anyone else from ALT still streaming? This went a very long time. Let's see if I can raid out to Defiance, maybe. Let's see what Defiance is doing, if he's still streaming. So it looks like Defiance is just starting a stream. I'm not sure what, or is a game. I'm not sure what he is streaming currently, but we'll raid out to him. Great games to everyone that played today.